Hey there, everyone. It's me, the streamer that you may have forgotten about because it's been a week and I know you guys have very limited memories. So, hey, how you doing? Missed you guys. Hope you're good. Yeah? Who? Oh, they don't remember. They don't remember me. Ooh. How's the microphone, by the way? How's Please tell your new streamer if the microphone's okay, because I got it specifically to travel. I'm not in LA right now. I'm away, and as such, you're obligated to like me more. It sounds fine. Okay, good. I also have there's like I put a noise gate on it, so if I start cutting off or not cutting off, you sound very saliva-y. Yeah, it's because the noise gate it picks up so much, man. Fuck. You're gonna hear all my saliva. Please don't make fun of my saliva. Please. It's a little wet. I also have the fucking mouth guard thing in, all right? I've been using this like mouth guard. What is it called? It's called it's called Invisalign. Yeah. And so I have to enunciate, otherwise you hear a slight lisp, and you can hear it more, I think, with this mic than the other one. So you have to be nice to me, or I'm never gonna stream. Okay? Not ad. Okay? They did not give me any discount on this fucking thing, and it cost a fucking fortune. So no, I'm not sponsored by Invisalign. Please, unless they'd like to, in which case, who people love the lisp. Wow, all these subs. Thank you guys. I'm in my current setup. It's kind of hard to read them all, but I'm gonna do my best. Zernocliff, thank you for the resub. New Hulk with the 2 months. Echo Lock with 22. Striding Pants with the 28. Lisp, man, good streamer. Kaijins, thank you for the 7 months. Well, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be back. And Sound of Mouse Wheel. All right, you guys are unreal. You're popping off today. What did you do without a streamer to bully for a fucking week? I hope you behaved in any other chats you were in. How much Stanley Parable have you played? Source first game. I played the first game. I don't remember if I played the Source game, but Bully Charborg, yeah, Bully Gmart, Little Restless. I reclused into the mountains. Aww. Catbit, thank you for the 10 months, man. But yeah, we have a bunch of streams planned this week. So I am back despite being traveling. I am still being traveling a little bit, but I'll be back fully in about another week. So kind of back for this week and then back the week after that. So that is the plan. Thank you, Infrago, for the gifted sub, and Bear Lord for the 16 months. God, you can really hear it. Oh yeah, you can hear that fucking mouse wheel. Should I turn up the turn the sensitivity down? I feel like you guys are gonna fucking lose it at me. Reminds me of Europe backpacking. Yeah, it is kind of like that. It do kind of be like that. Stellaris multiplayer. Ooh, the phrase on everyone's lips, everyone's tongues. Stellaris multiplayer rolls off the tongue. I can confirm we are playing Stellaris multiplayer tomorrow, I believe, and probably the next day as well. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to get all set up so that we could kick it off. There's going to be a huge group of people playing, I think, and I think role playing with everyone with my wet new mic is going to be great. Maybe I should play an aquatic species, so to really kind of sell the immersion, right, of this of this wet microphone. Ithorian. God, that's so fucking disgusting. I'm so sorry to everyone that had to hear that. Blazeheart, thank you for the 36 months. That's 3 years. Everything going back to Secret Lab? Oh, I'm sure we will. What we'll actually go to Secret Lab probably whenever they have a new update. I know there's, I don't know how often it's been updated, but yeah. Why do you sound younger? Does my old microphone, not old, does my main microphone make me sound older, and this one makes me sound younger? You can hear me breathing. How can I bully you when I hear your humanity? All right, look, I'm gonna change the. I'm getting actually self conscious now. I'm gonna turn this. Okay, now maybe you don't hear the breathing as much. No, no, I still see it. It's still picking up. Noise gate off. No, it's going. The noise gate's going bigger, man. All right. How about now? Is the noise gate? It's a little bit better. We can hear his heartbeat now. Apparently, I have a very loud heartbeat. I have been told. I don't know what that means. I think my heart just has to work a little extra to keep me going. Why are you streaming while on vacation? That defeats the point. Gmart, you know as well as I do that if you don't stream, people forget who you are, and then you won't have money to go on vacation. So, to enjoy my vacation, I have to stream a little bit. Otherwise, I'll wake up and I won't have a career. It's a little bit of give and take. But the streams while I'm traveling will probably be a little bit shorter, including this wet microphone and whatever else, growing pains comes from streaming from a laptop. But you've traumatized me enough. I forget who this streamer is. Yeah, fair, fair. I don't expect any different. But we are going to be trying new things out. Oh, what you're seeing in the background here, that's a picture I took while on this vacation. You can see a couple of grasses there. There's my desk. That's where I'm streaming from. I forgot my computer, so I'm just kind of streaming from by shouting out into the woods. Pretty neat though, huh? At least 3 grasses and a couple trees. Yelling to the internet. Yeah, actually, if you just plug an Ethernet cord into your throat, you can just kind of talk right into it, and it goes directly to Twitch. It's pretty cool. Technology here's the best. Don't crungo me. Don't crungo me. Oh my god. I missed you freaking doofuses. Ugh. Who's the other chair for? It's for you guys. Come on, pull up a chair. Come on right up. Come in, welcome to my office. Will you play Barony or Scavenger S414? I don't know what that is. I'd I'd love to see you play it with your sexy new mic. What? Is there something specific related to Barony or Scavenger SV14 with this microphone? Why is the mic? Why do you guys think it's so wet? It's like not as good a microphone as my other one. I think it's very responsive to like distance. So if I get like right here, we could do some ASMR streams, and you can hear the lisp whenever I talk. Oh God. Oh my God, chat just fucking exploded. Drink some water. Out of my ear now. All right, all right, all right, all right. Here, we'll go back to playing video games, okay? We'll go back to playing video games. Hi, close Criken. How are you? I'm doing fine, thanks. How are you? Um, let's see. When I last played Stanley Parable was, I guess, when the last game came out. Was it like a decade ago? I at this point I don't remember time at all. I assume everything was a decade ago. A decade ago was like 2012, right? That's when all the games came out. Thank you, Sky Dragon, for the 22 months, man. Sounds like the mic may just need a better environment. It actually sounded pretty good with you getting close. Is that bait? Is he trying to get me to talk closer to the microphone? That's going to divide chat so quickly. It did not. All right. Let's get into the game. I launched it before, and it asked me what time it was, and I put the time in, and then I launched it again, and it asked me the time again, and then it said it was happy with me for telling it the time twice, and now I launched it, and it's asking the time again. So it does that. Yeah, it seems to do that. I don't really know what I should. I think the last time I launched it, it told me to put my favorite time. Do not lie. I haven't lied yet, and it told me it was very happy that I hadn't lied, and now it is telling me to put in my favorite time, and I need to figure out what my favorite time is. Grizmox, thank you for the sub, man, and Altered Hominid, thank you for the 4 months. Last DJ, thank you for the 46. Okay, correct time, but the correct time isn't my favorite time. 4:20. Okay, is the UI, is the sound of the audio of the game satisfying, or is it too loud? This, I don't know what the balancing is for you guys. I love a good click. It is a good click. The audio so far is great, and look at the gentle like fade of the light here. I think this user interface is fantastic. That's my review so far. Do I say 420? I think the game would not respect me as much if I said 420. Don't lie about the time. What if I put LA time? No, they're leaving. Guys, no, it's okay. Wait, 6:39 a.m. That's not right. Shit. Okay. Let's go. See? You said B, but that wasn't my favorite. I'm already fucking this up, guys. It wasn't my favorite time of day. It wasn't my favorite time, but you said I should put my favorite time, or the accurate time. Even when Criken's on vacation, he can't stop thinking of LA. All right, okay. All right, let's see. Could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? Fuck. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 6:39 is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 6:39 p.m.? It's 6:40 now, so I'd say it's that accurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invest in some new sliders to gather some new data for you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones right up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Oh, sick. Should I close it? Yeah. I want to see these sliders, man. He was excited about these sliders. Let's go check them out. Zapper Zen, thank you for the 22 months, man. And Slender's Pep, thank you for the 4 months. Oh. Until the computer's barely visible? There. Show me nude Tane. Dude, this really is like that Tim and Eric sketch. That's my favorite Tim. Like, I is the Tane sketch the best constructed sketch on the internet? Because I'm so fucking like it always comes back to that sketch. It's so good. It's up there. It's definitely up there. You've seen the lost bits of the Tane sketch and the inspiration? I don't know if I've seen the inspiration, no. I think I have seen some of the deleted scenes of it. Okay. Good slider. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. Aww. What's too much? Wait. Is this too much? Or is this good? Okay, yeah. This is a comfortable amount closeness. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Oh. Wait, but that's the figure. That's the number 9. That's someone saying 9. You got it. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. All right, there. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or scrumtush? Scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. You got it. Do you know what time it is right now? Fuck, please don't repeat this time again. Is it the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? No! Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? No. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. I don't want to play the game. Let's go back. Let's go back and visit them. They seem lonely. I'm really glad they brought this this game back. Oh God, here we go. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. And if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. Damn, really? Fuck. But my career, I literally made a whole career out of this. Why are we here? Fuck. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I've really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Damn, man. Also, the aspect ratio has been getting smaller. Every time I launch it, it's getting smaller. But I think only I can see that. That might just be a me thing. Oh, you can see it too? Was he doing that? Okay. Hi, everybody. I feel guilty playing this game in front of people now. It was only meant for me. Wait, the setting sliders? Yeah, there's sliders here. Those are some good sliders. Okay. The settings achievement, though. Chat, please don't backseat every possible achievement in this game, because I swear to God, we'd be here all fucking week if you do that. No, we don't have to do emote-only mode. They'll be good. Alright. Let's go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Hey, happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Should we, though? I bet as soon as we step out, we're gonna get, like, an instruction on the monitor, man. You know? That's always what happens. Final Tom, thank you for the 31 months. I feel like I'm standing very far from my computer. Okay. What? Why am I hearing... What the fuck? Should we go? Oh! Oh. I thought something came up. Okay. Here we go. Ah. Is Stanley really short? These doors seem huge. Huh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
That's the pencil sharpener's position. I like work. I just hate my boss. True, too true, too true. Uh-oh. How the mighty have fallen. Who farted? True. True. I hate Mondays. Who makes these? Leaf.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh fuck, here we go. I remember now. Oh. I'm a good boy.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Cabal planning. I hate boss, but I love work. Using slides to assure employees that everything's okay. Make sure the slide has a thick blue graphic in the header. Throw some bevel on all the text. Everyone's unique. You most of all. Yeah. What else am I? Number of slides on this slide. 1. Charts and slides. 2. Charts. 3. Okay. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rates of which... rate of increase... Please, no more charts. Please, I'm big stops. The Boss Appreciation Minute. On your Boss Appreciation Minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return your Boss Appreciation Specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in conflict with another diligent employee, like your self, but more inclined toward conflict, unless... What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio, mitosis, a boat, pollution, less air, spring break, hope, clear skin, metamorphosis, success, lunch. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no exception of promotion. Expected promotion, recognition, no get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball you up inside. Take it out, passive aggressive. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Hell yeah. Okay. I think we've seen this one. Yes. Colored in segments, stripes. Bi-quarterly post review. Space between the teenagers. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins. Trash cans. Renaming of the ideas bin. Firing of me. Huh. Okay, let's go. We have to do synergy core value expenditures and shift the global market paradigm to monetize the free-to-play.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Eee.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Yeah. Woohoo!
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
There's only one broom in the broom closet. Don't we think that's weird?
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yeah.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Anything else?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Yeah.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend,
Yeah.
you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite."
You sounds like
I
me.
hope your friends find this concerning.
Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my
Stanley
favourite.
was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Hey, that's
He probably
me.
only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with
Stop
drug
it.
money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Stop it. That's not true, it isn't. I got the broom closet ending.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Huh?
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I'm wearing headphones, dummy. No one can hear you scream but me. He's gonna pretend like he's not coming back, but he totally is. He's totally coming back, guys. He's totally gonna come back. He's totally coming back. He's coming back. He's coming back and he's gonna say, "Oh, he's still in there." It's gonna be so funny. Wait, just wait. Just wait. He's gonna be like, "No way, he's still in there." Okay, maybe we'll just poke our heads outside. Huh? 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 Huh?
Ah, second player. It's good to have you too. Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Any fish want to play? Any fungus? No? All right. Nah, one more. One more try. Come on. But what if there's an even funnier thing that happens? But what if you wait a little longer, something even funnier happens? But what if that? All right, you know what? No, I have to keep going. I have to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. The broom closet has to wait.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, I do want to see the upstairs, actually. I'm going to go. Executive bathroom. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. What the fuck?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I ain't no meta gamer, bro.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
God, the acting is so good in this.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in,
Oh.
and the door just opened all by itself.
Whoa.
And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
That must have been in the right code. It's dark here. I'm a little spooked. You guys see anything? I missed the broom closet too, man. I want to go back.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Oh.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I go this way.
Oh, a free TV. Don't mind if I do.
Lights,
Now
cameras.
the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
No.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh my god. Who's that one? The one with the fuzzed out graphic. Up.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yeah,
No.
all that.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
For real? On.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yeah.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Oh no!
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little
This
more
is not
fun,
what I
isn't it,
wanted,
Stanley?
though.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
G.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
No.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Thank you. Not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
5.
Oh, dear me. What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Yes.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Button?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Room.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
It is a good room.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I want to see more funny mugs. Wait. Number one.
Stanley
Dad.
sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I hate Mondays. What did I want to say? Oh, don't get sick, guys. It's okay. Look, you're fixed now. Coffee nut. Should we keep going? This is a nice room, though. It's blue when everything else is yellow and orange. You ever realize that? Feather Run, thank you for the 23 months. Alright, we should get back to work, though.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Yeah, why not?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Okay, it's okay.
No, no, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
What? To the truck? I don't remember this from the last time I played this game. Oh, well, we're here way ahead of schedule.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable.
Oh, come on.
How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track.
No, it's okay.
Okay. From the top.
No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
DM.
Did something change?
You're fucking it up,
Stanley,
DM.
Did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Ooh. I want this one. Yeah. Wait. No. I want this one.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on.
Oh,
I can
come
promise
on.
you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No, come on.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
It's probably...
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Let me... this DM fucking sucks. I'm
All
sorry,
of his
man.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let me find my own way. What?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. Sure thing, dude. It's your story.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something.
Blue.
The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Uh-oh.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Is he losing his
Well, do you know
memory?
what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Yay!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
We beat the game.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those
Oh,
situations.
come on.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Well,
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
okay. Okay.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
What?
Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office,
Yeah.
is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh! Thriller! It's really loud.
cut the music.
What?
Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Oh.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay. Guys, do your homework.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Line? Oh, no.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
No. Line. Also, thank you, Lena, for the resub. I think. Sorry, I missed that. It was at a very dramatic time.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Yeah, come
We're
on.
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Line. Line. Come on. One night I stabbed a vampire, beat zombies to death, and killed the devil itself. My wife rushed into the room and shouted, "You're supposed to give them candies, Frank." What? What does that mean? Halloween joke? Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Where's the line?
Oh, no, not you again.
Hey!
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's TM. Hi, buddy. Hello. Oh, okay, later.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the
I'm
place
going
where we're trying
backwards.
to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Mad. Oh. Confusion
Hold
ending.
up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes?
What?
It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Oh.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Hello?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Are we back? Where's the adventure? Oh. Well, don't mind if I do.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hope Adventureline shows back up. Hit that content alarm, baby. We're going in.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
Wow.
a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Wow.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Wow.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Go?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content, yeah. Okay.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Really? Ooh, they added jumping in the jump circle. Oh, yeah. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Yeah. Just like Elden Ring, man. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Come on, man. Just... I wasted it, man. Please? Can I pay for more? Microtransaction? Please?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Another elevator.
Goodness. Another elevator.
I know, you and me
Stanley,
both,
I have to
narrator.
say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Yeah.
It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
I know, man.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Ooh, okay. That was kind of cool.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yeah.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Uh-oh. Is the old content not compatible to new content? I missed that room.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
No.
I want to show you something.
It's creepy. I'm not doing that. Fucking weirdo.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so
What?
who cares?
Mean. I can't access the new content anymore. Alright, fine. I'm not a dork. I want the new content.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
See?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Whoa. The Elden Ring.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Wow.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release?
Yeah.
Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
True.
Oh, the waste.
Wow. Whoa. Whoa. We went to The Last of Us. Yeah, so true, so true. Whoa. Mozilla Firefox, whoa. "2013. Our First Kiss, My First Car, the release of Stanley Parable in 2013. Yeah, you know, you're right. $1. Wow. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Wow. Who's that?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph
What was
of
that?
games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I remember. That's me, I think. Hey, look, making of. What's down here? People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. True. Literally anything.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
True. Why don't we just leave it alone? Let it collect dust.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Oh?
What's this? What's down here?
What?
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam.
No.
The online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
No.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, God.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
Funny.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny.
Yeah, that might be a new sub sound. This is very good. There's so many good sub sounds could come from this fucking narrator. He's so great. Oh no.
Okay, let's see what this one says.
Uh-oh.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, come on, man. You can't please everyone. I didn't think you were unfunny.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Oof.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago?
I don't want
Which
to
is
skip
why
it.
I say,
the story, and the choices, or what have you.
Oh,
and
wait.
therefore, by becoming it is. So on
Restarted.
and so forth, until inevitably, until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet.
Boone stayed here for 2 hours and 45 minutes? Is he okay? What came from that? Such a Boone thing to do. It really is. Why did he do that? I don't know. He was waiting for the clock to be Boone time. Why is 2 hours 45 minutes Boone time? I don't know.
No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible.
Oh, because the narrator says 245? That's... Oh my god. His chat convinced him? Wow. His chat's worse than you guys. I didn't think that was possible. Holy shit. Alright, I'm skipping.
To manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
No.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person
This
to
is so
speak with.
sad.
And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Oh my
Let me
God.
describe it for you. To begin with, There is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed.
Hello? 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 Skip. The fuck is that?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes, it seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shame.
Is that how you guys feel about me? Do you want a streamer skip button? Am I just here to distract you from the bleak emptiness that is your inward self-thoughts and introspection? Little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Okay.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Uh-oh. Is the ceiling gonna collapse from the water? Yup. Narrator. Help. Narrator. Oh. Hello? Oh. This is kind of nice. Nature finds a way. Nuts. Nuts in my face. Hello. What? Oh, they're all dead. No. The sun burnt out. Oh my god. Are the distant ones returning from the fucking edges of the galaxy, screaming? Cosmic demons? Whoa. Oh. Is it broken? D-Plat, thank you for the 5 months. Now the real game begins, baby. Now it's a survival game. It's all gone. We start anew, man. It's all new. So many choices, endless choices. We can go in any direction we want. There's no doors. There's no narrator. No! What? Come on, man.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content. Okay.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Yeah? He's in a pretty good mood for how much he suffered. Waiting until the heat death of the universe, you know?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
No way. Wow.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
New mug? Time to wake up? Dude, how do they keep coming up with this? Oh, the investor showcase.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Wow. Now this is offices I'd like to be trapped in for eternity. 2 doors, they're back? How do they come up with this stuff? More TSP. Better TSP. Win-win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift is synergy. Brick and mortar approach envelop client-centric marketing. The color red leverages holistic value from 1 to 2. God, they're fucking geniuses here. Yo! It's Fern, dude! Fern's in the second one! There's 2 Ferns, even! No fucking way. Stanley Parable 2, the Stanley Parable 2, the Stanley Parable 2, the Stanley Parable, Stanley Parable 2, the Stanley Parable. Thanks for attending my meeting. Actually, hold on, this gives me an idea. I talked about this with some friends, I think, a while back. But the concept of doing a stream where we get a bunch of friends and we all build our own like PowerPoints and then we give them to one another and they have to present to everyone. And we do it like a fucking official business meeting stream. I think that would be a lot of fun. Two Stanleys? They're insane, man. Co-op Stanley Parable.
Clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I'm so excited for Stanley Parable 2. The prequel, 2 is a sequel to the Stanley Parable. The prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the prequel. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Wow. Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. Fuck yeah, man. This way to the show floor. Oh, we're here just in time. Should I take my seat? The new content bus? Destination new content? Wow.
Here we are.
Bucket.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh. New content. Merch. Gotta have merch before it exists. The reassurance bucket. Yeah. Wait, QR code bit? Oh, fuck. I have to scan it with my phone, though. You guys aren't going to see what it is. It's a good one. All right. I'm doing it. Come on. Okay. Opening. Oh, fuck. All right, let's see. That's the one. Stanley Parable 2. Taste the sequel.
Say there, Timmy, what's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little
Is this
luck,
the same
we may
actor?
even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time
Jessica.
to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky.
Aww.
In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy.
And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get.
Ugh.
And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed.
35?
Each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Oh my god. No, Billy died. He was 3? He was 3 years old. Holy fuck, man. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. Learn more. This is the actual website. Fucking hell. Dude. The writing is so good on this. It's written by Davey Wreden, who is also the writer of the first Stanley Parable. And I actually met him when I first went to GDC. I was there showing off a student game that later became I forgot the new name that the blinking game, the new one that Before Your Eyes, yeah. So we were showing off the original Before Your Eyes called Close Your, and it won like I think best student indie game or something at the IGDA, the Independent Games Awards. And I don't remember exactly, but like I think right before we got that award, the Stanley Parable won best narrative, and so after we won, we were taken backstage and we went to the bathroom, and Davey Wreden was there with his award in the bathroom, and we're like, yo, and he's like, you guys just won, and we're like, you just won too. So I like met him for a brief minute, and he was in the bathroom. Oh, skip. All right, you're right, my bad. Let's get back to the game.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest,
It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Yeah.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Really?
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I really like this bucket. It's a really well-rendered bucket. Can I take it with me? You sure? +1 charisma.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
No screenshots. Okay, guys.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Don't take any pictures.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday. Wait. Huh. Oh. Happy 12th birthday, step niece. Get well someday. That one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step niece, it is.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh, wait. An achievement? Where? Down here? Okay. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement, no more steps.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I'd rather not.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The jump circle's back? Oh no, but I already used them all.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Oh, come on. Just a couple more. Fuck. Collectibles. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. Wow.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Let's see. Jump circle. Number 5 is, this map. Yeah, I found that. Free achievement. No, thank you. The button that says the name of the game says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh, we haven't done that yet. Settings, world champion. Wait, settings? I remember. Where is he? The hashtag. Okay. Stanley Residence Bucket. Office decorations. Epilogue. That's concerning. Collectibles. Infinite hole. How deep can we dig? Time like infinity, distant future, hole like infinity, falling, distant space-time, space like infinity, distant past, distant space-time. Opening, rim, surrounding area, depth, infinite. Hole entrance, infinity. Wow.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
But the rest of the game.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
But we have to test if it's infinite.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
No. More.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you, and gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I can't. Uh-oh.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Oh, no.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Come on.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh man, I shouldn't have spent all my jumps. What? What? It's like Outer Wild fucking sun cycle. Oh, the hole's going down. Where are we going, buddy? This really is a sequel. My perception. Ooh. Alright, this changes things. Change my reality. Oh, what's going on? Oh, find yourself? I'm Soma Stanley. Whoa. Whoa.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
I want to go back.
Can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Put me back. I want to go back to the puppy dimension. It's happening. What? Huh? Why?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
That was the whole ending? I still have the bucket though, that's kind of nice. Sleighs on you, thank you for the 5 months. I wanted another bucket. Button that says the name of the person that's playing the game. Oh boy. Huh. What's this? Epilogue. Oh, that's scary. I don't want to go there yet. I want to hear my name.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I love my job and my family. What's my name? Weird that you need to ask, but my name tag right here says it's Jim. So,
Jim.
Hey!
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush!
He's
that
right.
was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
I'm...
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Fuck. I want it back. First the hole, now the button. Yeah, dude. They just keep taking shit away from us. At least the bucket stays.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Alright, let's look at the epilogue. The sign changed? You heard Jim in the game. The button that says Jim. That's Jim.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh, settings world champion. No! Why not get in? Time to get the achievement? Oh no. Alright, chat, tell me. How do you get the achievement? Mess with all the settings.
We have a man.
Need to stop at each one by one? What do you mean? Wait, so... You only need to mess with sliders. Am I missing? Okay, here we go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
There are some boxes you can tick in general that pop up sliders.
This is the story of...
Okay, so it's only the ones in here? Okay. Yep, they're all there. Checking them all. Subtitles, yep. You can't hold the left and right key, you need to tap it? That seems like absolute lies. Oh my god. Oh my god. Translation label size 2. You can just drag at each end. I can't tell. I can't tell who to believe. Oh. Achievement popped up. Now what?
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh yeah, I don't need that. You want me to put bumpscosity up? Is it available? It is. Let's do 76. Is 76 okay for you guys? Not enough? How about 1,000? Okay, that's way too much. Hold on, my bad. Let's 76 was, I think, the right number. I'm gonna check out the hole again. Come on. Let me see my hole. Mean. Fine, I'll get the achievement. Now, because I got one of them, I gotta get them all now.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. Not a wizard, Stanley. But I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Stupid thing. Hate Stanley Parable 2. We got that. Okay, let's look at the epilogue. No exit yet. Gotta pull it 245 times for the achievement. Guys, what's this? What's this with you in 245? That's the boon number, right? Wait, this is the epilogue? Fucking grumble. Check map. Oh, I didn't know there was a crouch button. Collectibles, infinite hole, off decorations, setting world champion. Yeah, I did it all. Alright. Yeah, good convention.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah. This is such a classic video game cover. Ugh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never
Wait,
mind.
new jumps added!
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
New jumps added.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
No way! It was here all along! New sound? New satisfying clicks? It's perfect. They've outdone themselves. Let's begin.
This is the story of a...
Wow.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Happy 12th
Stanley
birthday,
decided to go to the
70s.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, where is Bucket? We can crouch, though. God, I can't wait for the jump circle.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Here we go again. Broom closet.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No!
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
No!
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here.
No!
It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
No!
Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Wow, I can't wait to get them all. So the number goes up. Oh, I can go back down. I hear it.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
You're killing it right now. Wait, no, I don't want to go there. Wait.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Oh.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs, Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Why isn't it working?
2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Almost missed that, Stan Loreen.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stan Loreens and Figlies.
Oh,
What do you think,
Figlies.
Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Yeah.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Bucket will help.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I love Bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Oh!
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's okay, Bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
Yeah.
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Let's do it.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Aww.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Weird.
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Huh?
An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
What?
All of his co-workers were
Bucket?
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket! Oh, thank God.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Wait a minute. Okay. Let's see if anything changes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna figure out... We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Huh? How can we find them? Bottom text. What we know, small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. Agenda. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Fig leaves are hard to find. Follow clue provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? Thank you. Good luck. Okay. Oh, they're everywhere. Where are they? Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Source of levitation? Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up some sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances of local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recording allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also noticed what looks to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Why floating? Magic, dreams, magnets, training exercise, artist rendering. Our quarterly success? How many are there? 6. Can we sell them? Obviously. Employee 421, building a bridge. Saw one in cargo room. Do we need contracts for them? Potential liability. Boon stuff! Oh, bonus stuff. What we know, what we forgot, what we don't know yet. Should make them employees, interns. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This time's This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, TBH. Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access to past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Chris? Construct new structurally sound bridge. Somewhere both red and blue in a large room, lots of boxes. There will be a reward for finding them all. Stop kidding yourself. Lives. I want them so much. Oh my god.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
What?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
No.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object?
Hey, Arix, thank you for the raid. What's up, guys? Hey. Hi. Hi, how are you? Hello. We're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe 2 sequel, and it's really, really funny and fun. Right now we're fighting with the broom closet over our beloved bucket. Let's come right in.
Which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
We're
Okay,
through.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh!
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Take a hike.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
Is it raining
to discover
now?
not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of
What
hours,
is the
did
password?
the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the
What?
tender
What was
spiritual
that?
connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
I cheated.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The Nick, thank you for the 10 months, man.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
I'm not putting the bucket's life at risk, guys.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
The bucket and me are gonna do the mind control and take over the entire facility. Just you wait.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things
Don't
does
listen
the
to
bucket
him,
want
Bucket.
to do or not want to do in the first place?
Come on.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Useless Jack, thank you for the 31 months.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power.
On!
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
What?
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh.
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh. Fly. Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Of course.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Good ending. Good ending. Wow. Alright, I need you guys to forgive me for what I'm about to do.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We have to get out of the facility. We can't have the bucket with us.
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Mwah. I like kissing tape.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
It's interesting. It seems like
Stanley
the bucket
wondered aloud to nobody.
If you don't have the bucket,
he
you
began
get the
wildly
original
tearing
dialogue.
through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
So I think these
Stanley
endings are all
walked
now
straight
from
ahead
the
through the large
original
door
game.
that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word, but of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Let's see the ending. Let's see if he... Yeah, I don't know.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
That's
Did
interesting.
he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Employees should never, under any
Stanley's
circumstances,
co-workers.
attempt...
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place.
Where's
where
Jim?
freedom
Yeah, I'm Jim.
meant nothing.
I'm a little bit of a Jim myself.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe
All right,
it.
after
He
this, we go
couldn't
down the
accept
right
it.
path.
His own
With
life
the bucket.
in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
Unfunny.
Was it even possible? Had he truly
Unfunny.
spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery...
I did it.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers...
Skip. Oh.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Hey.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
What do you want to do here, Bucket? What do you want to do here, Bucket?
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Aw, come on, Bucket. Let's find you a new home, okay?
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
No.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, Bucket. It's Joe. Oh.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I'm sorry, Bucket. Let's go again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Yoink.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere
No.
else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
No. No. I don't wanna.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things.
I'm so
Buckets
sorry.
can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke?
You're
It's
right.
funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it.
It's okay,
but
buddy.
there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Oh, no.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone
Simpsons.
laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Danny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Outdated? Oh, yeah. No, Bugs won. I think the Bugs won. Oh, we're actually heading back. Okay. All right.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Okay, now? No? Okay. Intrepid, thank you for the 28 months. All hail our Mantis overlords.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Is that what he wanted? Uh-oh.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors.
It's not your fault.
What an egregious mistake.
It's okay.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
Oh, come on.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
Oh,
again.
come on.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Uh-oh.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
You said the one going on the
Did
left.
you not even look at the instructional video?
No, you
I
said...
think this is all covered very clearly.
Yeah, but you said to
There's
go on
no
the one on
way
the left.
I can make the comedic timing work now.
Oh,
It's
come on.
done.
You can
the
still...
joke is completely
It's
done
not
and
over. You can
It's
still...
all your fault,
It's not my
Stanley.
fault. It's your
I'm
fault.
going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of
Come
our
on,
meetings
man.
from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of it. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Can I go? Oh boy. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Wait.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
That was the Dunny with the funny joke ending. And now let's
Stanley
see.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
I'm gonna go
and entered
this way.
the door on his left.
We gotta find them all. Now we go down.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
True.
All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket.
It's
What?
just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
No.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would
What?
come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Huh?
Oh, gracious,
Oh.
he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it?
Oh.
I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Please tell me this is a funny.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Please
None
tell me
of
you're
them
done
were
with the
his.
funny.
None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Huh?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Wow. God, I wish that were me. Oh.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Yeah, you too. Huh? Wait, I'm not gonna get fired. Employee 434 was gonna get fired. Okay, I'm alright. Come here, you little rascal.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Let's see if his delivery is different.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the... Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Oh,
Stanley
wait.
did not question why or how this
Collectible.
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
We're breaking out, buddy. You and me.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
I'm sorry.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Not another video.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Oh.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Phone a friend. Chat says no.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
You guys are the best.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Let's see, the first one was the second one. Second one probably is. I'm gonna go with yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Oh man. Can I use my lifeline again? I ask family member Shane Hawk. My brother. Let me know in the chat. Shane says, yeah, as a bucket expert, it is. I'm gonna go with yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Oh, thank God.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Okay. Trick question. Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up?
I'm sorry.
Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Sorry, guys.
Is this a bucket?
Now this one's gonna be a trick.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both.
Both?
Gotcha.
It's both a bucket and not a bucket? Gotcha.
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Yes!
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Oh, it's fun. Hey, Elena raid. Eat your meat. Eat your meat. Eat your meat. Oh my goodness. Hi. It's a meat raid. Hi, everybody. We're playing Stanley Parable, and this is my best friend, the Bucket. We've gotten a bunch of different endings, and I think we're almost at the end of the endings. I don't know. Probably be another like 30 minutes or so. Old Man Farts, thank you for the 60 months, man. How was your meat game? I'm assuming you played a meat game.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I missed it.
And entered the door on his left.
Oh, the collectible.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Vaguely.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Here we go.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anarines. None of us can.
Uh-oh. Whoa. I don't think I ever went here in the original game. Oh, this is new.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Time-traveling vampires. What? No! Uh-oh.
Whoa, the bumpscosity in here is really getting up there, isn't it? No matter, the story must carry on no matter how much or how little bumpscosity there is.
Sorry guys about the bumpscosity.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
We're getting out of here. It's time we get out of here. Some are both red and blue. Alright. That's the last place we gotta find.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, what? Uh-oh. Is this thing Stanley? Two, three, four. Excuse me. Down? This elevator sucks.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
8.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, now we escape. Just you and me, Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Nope.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nope.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Nope. Wait, is this the bottomless hole? That's supposed to be in Stanley Parable too? Oh. Not infinite hole. Uh-oh.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Oh, come on.
To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
No.
Farewell, Stanley.
No. Oh.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Hey, would you look at that? You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye, continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Wow. A bucket with 2 handles? This bucket is depicted having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, Dozens are put to death just for attempting it. I can't even look at that. Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which was used in the medieval era, so powerfully alluring that it was driven dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains no one could control a bucket. Wow. The Stress Bucket Anthology. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Stress, level of water in bucket. Wow. While we know the buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical use of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Wow.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Yeah.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Damn time vampires. Come here, bucket.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
The collectible was someplace red and blue.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Yes, sir.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket.
Okay.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
No. Please tell me the funny is over. Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Press C to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Whoop.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Let's go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Not stupid. Bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Bucket.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket.
Now.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
Now.
Give it to me now. Give it or I'll... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You guys are saying to get the last collectible, I can't take the bucket? That's fucking ice cold. We gotta get it though.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong
I bet we
foot.
can go down there without the bucket
I'm not
too.
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has
isn't
been
worth
about
it.
nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Aha.
Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Stanley got the last figgly.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Well, we're done here.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you...
Where's Bucket?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things.
What?
It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh, the memory
I would love
zone.
nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Yeah.
Just one more time.
Wow. Yeah, I got those collectibles. Wow, picnic.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Uh-oh. That's more than 6, though.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley.
I did.
I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Number go up too much. Too much up.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
Understair.
Hey, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Uncomfy number.
Let's see, what came next?
Apple.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
What's that whispering I hear?
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Wait.
Enjoy.
Really? What's that back there? Hey! It's miniature mini-Stan number 5. Yeah! Woohoo! You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. The narrator, yeah!
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Goodbye, Memory Zone.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen.
Oh.
Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
I missed the fig. Oh my god. You guys. The number's already too far up.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video
Yes.
we watched?
No, yeah.
Yes, I love that video.
This room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one. Why was it went this way? Nothing. What are these sounds I'm hearing?
This was our second Figley. Don't
Yeah.
you remember?
Yeah.
Yes, I remember it too.
Uh-huh.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Yep.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh no. Please let me leave. Yep. I remember. Collectibles. Wait, is that?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Still no jumps. Still jumpless.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
The start screen?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is it, huh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the
more
bucket's warmth and
figurines.
comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Yeah!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
That's pretty neat.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stepping in.
Oh. Huh? Huh? What Who? Oh! Escape Bod Bay, floor 760. We keep going. Seven sixty. Huh? Come on. Did we lock the narrator in the boss's office? This is it. Freedom with bucket. Oh, I didn't go deep enough. Hello? What? What's that? Goodbye, my friend. You go. I stay. Don't cry. You're free now. But was that the ending?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
He made it
Perhaps
out.
simply missed a memo.
Oh, he made it out. Oh, thank God. He's free. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions,
What
it's
about
incredible
this?
he wasn't fired years ago.
Aha!
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Is this where he lives?
That it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Oh my God. Fuck. Please.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Replacement bucket.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Not lost. Saved.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Climb the office chair? Is that how we escape? End is never the end, is never the end.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Am I there?
No, I'm still not feeling it. Now that you've gotten the bucket involved, my standards have gone up. Merely clicking a single door is no longer enough. Now, I want to see you press this bucket against multiple doors. Now that's the kind of thing that merits an achievement. Why don't you put 20 bucket touches into door 417?
417.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
Yes, sir.
Yes, now we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love. Now back to door number 437.
Yeah.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit? All right, back to room 417.
I can't.
I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Oh my god.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
419. What?
Yes, this is great. Now the bucket knows exactly what it's like to be employee 419. Now, let's introduce it to door 416.
Fuck off.
We've almost got it. Now make the bucket and the copy machine touch again.
What is this? Why am I doing as he says? I'm a sheep.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 touches of the bucket on door 430.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Wow! That felt amazing. You know, not all buckets will get this kind of experience. They won't all know what it's like to slam repeatedly against nearly every door in one section of an office building, or what it's like to be employee 419. Buckets may dream of an experience like this, but few can say they've truly lived. Yes! Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history,
No.
of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein,
Oh.
of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No.
said the bucket.
No.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured
the name
vaults.
again.
I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of...
No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley.
What?
You did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Huh. I don't like replacement bucket.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah. Do I take the bucket again? Oh, the bucket's had a lot of problems recently. Okay, at this point, chat, we're getting near the end. If there's something crucial that you think I'm missing, I will take suggestions. Restart the game. Okay. Aha. The epilogue. After the skips. Could it be? The memory room. What? No way. Reunited. At long last. The real one, not the cursed one we had to kill with all the sage's amulets combined. This is the... Review. The Stanley Parable 2 Cookie 9's blog. Uncompromising gaming content. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 was dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest, collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from...
Unfunny?
Pet Pals Press. This cat-dog friendship will last forever. We got pretty close. I remember. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched its massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception of the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions. As outlined as press release they published today, it's clear that more Stanley Parable is not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would have excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Get on the green. Jim. What did you say?
Stanley.
That's my name.
Stanley.
He remembers me.
Stanley.
He knows my name.
Stanley.
He actually did it.
Jim.
By God. So many Stanlerines. Yes! 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 The endless pit. No. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Settings person. It's nice to see you too. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Do you read that what the developers said? Preserving the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it back through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we have to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combing some random words together and make a new title for our game. Skeleton content. You can't go back. You can only add things. Okay, one of each. Return to content. Forgotten Scorpion. A door to content. That's actually a good title, man. Stanley Parable 3, A Door to Content. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you start the game, will advance the number of the sequel by 1. Then you'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. I'll just be keeping the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with the plan? I like it, but I want to know you have a say I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put my faith in my idea, I feel like I've feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing the narrator never found a way to give you all the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end, can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great, there's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Why does he want my time? $11:07 p.m. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Oh! Wow!
This is the story of a man named Stan.
Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a buddy.
Get the achievement. I want the achievement.
He's a very lucky fellow. Very.
Oh, new content?
I want the Chivo.
What does that mean? New content.
Give me the Chivo. Chivo, 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 Chivo.
Hello, and thank you for playing playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you
Oh my god.
may know,
It's gonna
The
take a while.
Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
I'll give you the
After
bucket now.
receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
The
The
new Game
Stanley
Plus
Parable
bucket.
Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley. I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel?
Uh-oh.
I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
What?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
They never give you your jumps back, man. Can't believe it.
The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Oh no, he doesn't know.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable! Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, I win, I win, I win, I win.
He
I
beat
win,
us.
I win, I win, I win, I win.
He beat us for enjoying his content. Damn him!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Bucket 2.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Idiot, we're already on 3. Idiot. This guy's played an old
far
one.
superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Where is it? Chivo. Bucket. What's gonna happen when we see... Uh-oh.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Oh! Stanley! Oh, thank God.
No!
I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
No!
I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
I will never forgive you. I'm getting my achievement and then I'm out of here. Where's Chivo? Gib Chivo.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement. Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
This isn't your game anymore, old man. I'm Stanley. I got my name. I'm Jim. And I'm taking over.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, I want to see... I'm gonna get frickin' 29 of these things. Out of order. You've been here already. Fucking game. We've drained this game for all the content it's got.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of.
To
It's
the
never
hole.
been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward. You see? Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go... Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley.
All right, we've seen all that already. I know there's probably other endings, guys, or there is definitely other endings, but I don't think I'm gonna go through all of them.
All of his co-workers were
Wait,
gone.
this is new.
What could it mean? Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch.
Whiteboard
but it did
ending.
little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Dog mode. Wait, what? We just enabled dog mode. Chad said they wanted blue
Stanley
door.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
What's the blue
and
door?
Entered the door on his left.
Oh my god.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Help. Is there an ending in this? He's too busy singing. Getting bored now. Not this elevator? Oh, it's the other elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
As he did.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm going to use the elevator again.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
Ooh.
I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Damn, that is a thing. Chat, you try it. How's it feel pressing the number 3?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Yeah, maybe we should check it one more time.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Damn. Bucket's playing kind of hard to get now. Do you think maybe after the real ending, when we saved Bucket, now this is just an actual Bucket and not real Bucket that was the one that we...
Here we go, said Stanley.
You know?
This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Oh.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart.
What was that?
He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others.
Are we going up more?
It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Oh, fuck. An evening worth world peace, baby. Oh, shit.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over.
Remember where you
One
came from.
opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
All right, come on, Bucket. Surely you'll be proud of me once everyone else is proud of me, right? The dude who came up with pizza. Can't believe they got him.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That was sad. That was a sad ending. Is that canonic?
I'm done with the funny.
Okay, I think I am done with the funny. I'm gonna sign off the stream with that.
I'm done with the funny. I'm done with the streamy.
You guys want to see Stanley Parable 4 real quick? Here, it just came out. Half employee, half moon. So there I was, half a moon and an employee. Go to the left, he said. Why don't I go nowhere? I always going, never staying. That's me, half a moon.
I'm done with the funny. I'm done with the funny.
Hey, miss you. Thank you for the raid. We're actually just wrapping up. But we just got done with the funny, so I'm gonna call it. But God, that was a lot of fun. I definitely recommend you guys play it for yourselves and find other endings. There were definitely others out there that we didn't find. You love that game? Yeah, the new one is very good. I have had a very good time playing it.
Unfunny.
Wait, it's new? Oh yeah. Some might even say it's a sequel, but wouldn't catch me saying that. I think it's more of a it's about 4th or 5th. Yeah, the 5th one actually just came out, but I haven't played it yet. Yeah, it'll be worth it. You'll like it, miss you. I think it'll be fun. All right. I'm going to go take off, but I'll see you guys. Excuse me. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Stellaris Multiplayer Day, starting at 6 p.m. PT. Should be a lot of fun. We're going to do Space RP and blow shit up. It's going to be great. I think Sci-Fi is going to be there, who I'm going to raid now. So go tell him something about God, what Dunny with the funny. Yeah, but I'm not. I don't want him to think that we're saying that he's Dunny with the funny. You know, because then that's mean. He already played. Yeah. I'm Dunny with the funny. Yeah, I can just tell him that. Tell him you're Dunny with the funny. Because I'm Dunny with the funny. I'll see you guys tomorrow where there'll be more funny, alright? Have a good night. I'm so sleepy. Alright. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Miss you. Bye.